Try two. You are hearing me online. It means they work, but how can try two. You are hearing me online. So it means that the sound will come out.
No, it's not from here. You are putting the sound direct here.
So yeah, it's not from here. It's true. It's from the main floor.
So you are getting them from the language, from the floor.
The floor there. Sound inside. Try two. I know you're here for all the channels. 0. Try two. Yeah, I know you're here.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
They are not listening.
Yeah, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Interpreters, can you hear me? Dr. Gajepo, can you hear me? Dr. Gajepo. Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Try two. High two. Can you hear me? Try two. Try two, try two, 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 try two. Okay, clear? Okay, clear? Clear?
Hello? Hello, fellow. What's happening? Hello? Annette? Adenema. Sound. Sound, Adenema. No, the sound is not coming. Hello, please, fellow delegates and invited guests, may we be upstanding to welcome the dignitaries for this morning's program. Thank you. It's now coming down. Florence. Okay. Florence. The national salute. Please take your seats. With the kind permission of the high table, I would like to invite Mrs. Florence Asante, Assistant Commissioner, Communication and Public Affairs, to do us the honors and give us the opening prayer.
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity. We give you thanks. We give you praise. We thank you for bringing us together to think about our continent and our countries. This morning, we commit this program into your hands. Father, we ask that you take your seat. You give us wisdom, direction. You help us to be able to think about the things we have to think about right. At the end of it all, Father, we'll give you the praise, the glory, because you are due. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Florence Asante. On behalf of the high table and with kind permission, I would like to welcome all you beautiful participants to this morning's program. We are gathered here, as it is, for the 7th African Tax Research Network Congress. And this is a platform that targets policymakers, the academia, and tax administration, and it is an annual program. They meet to provide research that informs policy in African tax and also enhance the capacity in tax research. And this year, Ghana is very proud and happy to be hosting this August program. Before I take my seat, I would like to introduce the dignitaries at the high table. That is African Tax Administration Forum, in the person of Mr. Logan Watt. We have in our midst the Deputy Executive Secretary for ATAF, and the participants would like to actually know whom we are introducing. So if you could kindly and duly be on your feet so that we can appreciate you. So I'll go again and introduce Mr. Logan Watt, the Executive Secretary of the African Tax Administration Forum. Mary Biney. I would also like to introduce the Director of Corporate Services in the person of Mr. Eugene Southgate, ATAF. I would also like to introduce Mr. Farid Arthur, who is representing the Minister for Trade. I would also like to introduce the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority in the person of Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusu Amwa. And finally, I would like to introduce our own Honorable Abna Osei Asari, the Deputy Minister for the Ministry. So at this point, I would like to call to the podium Mr. Logan Watt, the Executive Secretary of
Good morning. Honorable Commissioner General of Ghana Revenue Authority, the Reverend Dr. Amasadi Owusu Amoa of the African Continental Free Trade Agreements, academics, scholars, and people who filled the continent on the discourse of tax policy, tax legislation, and tax administration. A brain tank from the tax room to the members of our development. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I'm pleased to welcome you. We are kindly host you. The Honorable note the importance of your commitment of the efforts and our collective authority under the leadership Peru from ATAF, an organization somewhere around about this today. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 days, you will have an opportunity to engage and select speakers who are subject matter experts in trade taxes and how the African Continental Free Trade Agreement impact on these. In the true tradition of the African Tax Research Network, there are also authors whose papers is to be presented at this Congress. The week promises to be both engaging and educative, and I wish to acknowledge all of you who have graciously made this happen by submitting and rigorously going through your papers. Of course, the scientific committee and the good professors in the space of tax policy discourse, in a world where tax is either ignored or is highly political. In a world where tax is perceived as a competition between share and the role of thought leadership, academia, and policy analysis, allow me to further take the opportunity to recognize for their dedication to our journey. These include our strategic partners such as the Global Tax Policy Center. Free trade agreement requires countries to reduce tariffs on 90% of goods that are traded on the continent. And this may result in short-term tariff revenue loss for most African member countries. Estimates that tariff revenues contribute between 30 and 35% in tariff revenue in the short term. But we must unpack with European and American countries. So what's the reality beyond the hype? Labor and capital flow freely under the agreement will in the short term and medium term bear loopholes that could be exploited to avoid tax payment. And this could exacerbate already existing challenge of illicit financial flows. And we know the numbers that has been given about that. Again, not hyping it up, but we must analyze what is under these numbers because the free trade agreement is an excellent instrument. Our job is to make it work. ATAF, in partnership with the African Union, shall support the continent to navigate the revenue implications with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I'm very happy that Dr. Grib of the African Union Commission is joining us today because our partnership on illicit financial flows is going to be crucial together with our work with my brother Alvin from Tax Justice Network Africa and also the Executive Secretary of the West African Tax Administration Forum, Mr. Oladapo. Thank you so much for joining us. Our own strategy in ATAF for 2021 to 2025 includes a focus on customs and trade as one of our own key performance areas. Our ATAF in the next decade plans to increase our focus on customs and trade by we have created a dedicated unit to provide technical assistance to members on the implications of the free trade agreement and its related challenges, excise taxes, trace-based illicit financial flows, to name but a few. Our intention is to use our applied research capability as the basis of all our programs to provide research, statistic-based support to our membership to enable them to make informed policy decisions around administrative reforms in order to protect their revenues. The lag of the impact of the agreement will come. In the short term, we need to boost revenue and we need to protect those immediate losses that may come. To facilitate this, the ATAF leadership has taken structural changes in the running of the ATRN, and we will now operate under the auspices of the ATAF Tax Academy. ATAF has launched an African Tax Academy, and the ATRN is now part of African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal and the African Tax Research Network. Together, we want to bring that intellectual value proposition with your help and your membership to the continent. I will be introducing to you during the ATRN members meeting on Wednesday, a new advisory group that will lead us into the of ATAF work over the past 10 years. We do your membership, and for those who are not yet members, please come and join. There are a lot of benefits to being a member. Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished delegates, ATAF have offered 178 technical assistance missions to 25 countries last year. That is the work that we do, as a way of bringing short to medium-term support to revenue collection and protection. These technical missions covered areas such as customs, trade, taxation of specialized areas like telecommunications, business analytics and data analytics, digitalization, as well as the simplification of tax processes. To date, our ATAF technical assistance and country programs work has led to the assessment of more than $3.3 billion in tax revenue. Of this, about $1.5 billion are in the banks of those countries that we have helped. That is African supporting Africans. That is African capability, that is African skill, that is African commitment. It is my firm conviction that this can be further enhanced by the innovative ideas coming from the African Tax Research Network. And so, the ATRN program for the last 7 years have influenced many pragmatic tax policy formulation in Africa, tax policy, administrative law, and leadership. So this conference will focus on and deliberate on the revenue implications of the free trade agreement. Let me conclude. Last week, ATF health are either called commissioners in some countries that I'm aware of, they are even called president. But they are heads of tax. It's a lonely job, but it's an important job because they get called by the citizens. They get called by the trader who sells on the market. They get also called by the president. They get called by everybody. So last week we had a master class for them. And that class attracted heads of tax from the continent, where we looked at topical issues and policy trends across the continent and how revenue authorities can best support recovery of revenue post the pandemic. It is an amazing journey for the heads of tax where they get to share at a very personal level their experiences and what challenges they work, both at a policy and administrative level. Mr. Hendrik Aperi, who's a member of the board, who's sitting here in front, is a former member of the ATF Council and a former Commissioner General of both Rwanda Revenue Authority and Togo Revenue Authority. He was one of our guest speakers and elders who were able to, with his wisdom and of others present, to help the new Commissioners General on their journey of raising revenue. I'm happy to inform you also that ATF has launched and has done the second publication of the African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal. Together with Juta Publishers, we have published the second accredited tax journal, and the papers of this Congress and the papers of previous Congresses were published. The papers of this Congress will be entitled, will possibly qualify for the next journal. Previous Congresses' papers were published in these journals. So that is what we are about. The third edition is expected to contain information on the Continental Free Trade Agreement. I have spoken long enough. I want to conclude without preempting the contents of this Congress. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all of you for your unwavering support, for supplying those papers, for the academics around the world, for criticizing and critiquing those papers and sending the feedback. And I wish all of you paper presenters well over the next 2.5 days. Take the critique, learn from the professionals, do your adjustments, and let's take this 3-day Congress and let it urge us not only to do well in tax policy making and writing, but to influence the thought leadership of progressive taxation on the continent. Let me thank you for your attention, and let me thank GRA for their hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Mr. Logan Watt. It is now time to invite our own Commissioner General to do the welcome address. And I must say something. For us in Ghana, we would have done the welcome before we start. But what we just did, that's the ATF style. And as flexible as we are, we decided to accommodate it. So I hope you get it. So I would now like to invite the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, in the person of Reverend Dr. Amishadai Owusu-Amoah, to do the welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance in charge of Revenue, Honorable Abna Osaya-Sari, the representative of the Honorable Minister for Trade, Mr. Collins Atta, the chairman. Unfortunately, he is not here today, so I'll just move on straight to the Executive Secretary of the African Tax Administration Forum, Mr. Logan Watts, and other representatives of government agencies and partners of ATAF, representatives of other distinguished organizations that are here, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to welcome all of you today as researchers, as gathering of experts, as tax consultants to Accra and to Ghana, especially as we meet to debate on how the African Continental Free Trade agreement will impact on our operations as tax authorities. It's my pleasure to warmly welcome all of you and to look forward to 3 days of deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, as we will expect, or we have to recognize the fact that it will play a critical role on how we operate as tax authorities as well as custom authorities. Some of the undertakings will require that we look at our capacity and our skills as far as revenue authorities. Some of the things that we'll have to deal with include operationalizing the tariff concessions alongside custom authorities, overseeing the interpretation, the implementation, and the updating of the tariff schedules. We also have to look as revenue authorities on how best we will work with Ministry of Finance as well as the Ministry of Trade to fill in the revenue losses expected as we lower the import duties. Furthermore, in administering the rules of origin, we have to ensure that non-African Continental Free Trade originating goods do not exploit the preferential treatment, and this we need to do with trying to balance it against the overlapping rules of the regional economic communities. Again, we have to effectively execute custom procedures to facilitate the movement of goods and to facilitate trade. This entails activities such as tightening our borders, ensuring effective controls, ensuring that we collect the necessary revenues, both import and exports, and enforcement of prohibitions and restrictions, including barring international trade in any illegal goods through detection of smuggling, identification of counterfeit goods, government agencies, and private sector, and also cooperation with other custom authorities. These are enormous tasks that we have to engage ourselves in to ensure that we get the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and at the same time, we also optimize our revenue opportunities. Overall, the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will require technical skills, enhanced processes, and the use of technology by cooperating with competent authorities such as I said earlier, the Ministry of Trade, customs authorities, tax authorities, and other law enforcement agencies involved in detecting various financial and customs-related crimes. Currently, a lot of progress has been made in building capabilities, and also institutional reforms have facilitated integration. For instance, the South African Development Community, SADC, has developed a trade facilitation program, and one of the initiatives is the movement from manual acquisition of the certificate of origin to an electronic certificate of origin, which attests to the origin of goods. And also in the East African Community, EAC, the member states has moved to a single customs territory, which interconnects all customs systems in the East African Community. And this ensures easy exchange of information, it eases payment by traders, and most importantly, it facilitates trade. These initiatives are initiatives that we can build on as a region or as the whole continent to embark on a single window that will help us to be able to ensure that transit and movement of goods between our countries are made very smooth. The developments have prepared our customs officials for a much larger undertaking, that is the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Some competent authorities have made tremendous progress, particularly in the use of technology and towards integration. And we can tap into their experiences to work towards our own goals as a continent. For a start, we can now establish SAF-SAF cooperation and also build capacity to facilitate not only a shared understanding about the needs and the processes required, but also to create a platform for cooperation between authorities as well as law enforcement agencies for the detection of tax and other financial crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, the need for regional cooperation between tax authorities is now more important than ever. Tax and customs authorities play a key role in the collection of information, including beneficiary ownership information and then financial information, as well as the use of tax identifiers that will link individuals to the companies which they have shareholding. As border control, customs authorities are key in detecting and preventing smuggling and counterfeit goods and other such crimes. The cooperation between tax authorities in particular will be extremely important in preventing tax evasion and avoidance schemes. And as we share knowledge on the African continent, we can also look to the economic communities such as the European Union for lessons. For example, VAT fraud has had an incredible impact on the EU budget, with issues such as missing traders, intra-community fraud, and then carousel fraud, using the zero-rated VAT system on intra-community trade to steal the VAT that should have been remitted to governments. And it's worth noting that as a result of these things, the European Union has lost almost over 60 billion euros as revenue annually for the past couple of years. And this is a future issue that we need to be able to address so that we also, as we integrate ourselves and we look at the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we don't also fall victim to such things. It is clear then that the ATAF and then the African Continental Free Trade Secretariat, as well as the AU, must establish deep engagement to protect the future revenues of our anticipated union. Last but not the least of the issues to be considered are information sharing and the use of technology. To share information effectively, the legal frameworks will need to be looked at, and we must ensure that the sharing of tax information between competent authorities are done effectively and ways that will ensure that we all get the benefit from the advantages, such as preventing the duplication of efforts where the country has established, approved, and verified number of authorized economic operators. We also have to ensure that there is effective detection of fraud, tax evasion, or avoidance schemes. We also have to make sure that we identify and track the movement of goods, particularly by adopting the use of technology in order to predict the trade facilitation need of specific industries, potentially detect any illicit trade or activity, and monitor the origin or destination of items to apply VAT to the end consumer. All of these activities require information, it requires systems, and it requires the establishment of effective processes that will be efficient to ensure that we don't only successfully execute through cooperation, but we get the maximum returns from our cooperation. I therefore urge all of us to participate in these debates as we meet here for the next couple of days. Let us bring to the table all the good ideas and research that have been done, and let us debate them, and at the end of it all, let us ensure that this will go on to influence policy, and then also influence the way we collect our revenues, as well as ensure that trade is facilitated among our countries in this continent. On that note, I want to thank all of you for making it to Accra, and I wish you successful deliberations in the next 3 days. Akwaba, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Commissioner General. And as he said, the whole of Africa is looking to see this successful trade amongst us. Before we invite the cultural troupe to give us a display, may I use the opportunity to introduce to you our commissioners at the Ghana Revenue Authority. So we have in our midst the Commissioner for Support Services Division in the person of Madam Julie Asiam. May we please appreciate her. We also have in our midst, representing the Commissioner of Customs, Mr. Akoto Fetchen, Assistant Commissioner, who also works with AfCFTA. May I now invite the cultural troupe to give us a brief display. I hope we enjoyed this brief from the Tete Adishaman Cultural Troupe. And this is a dance from the northern region of Ghana. So if you are interested, I would introduce you to them. Thank you. So next to take the podium, representing the Minister for Trade, is Dr. Farid Arthur. He is the National Coordinator for AfCFTA at the Ministry of Trade. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, all other protocols observed, I bring you greetings from the Honorable Alan Chamating. He would have wished to have been here, but other issues are up, and therefore he has asked me to stand in his stead. We are gathered here for the 7th African Tax Revenue Network Congress, a congress that brings together the academia and the experts and tax officials to identify and establish the needed synergies and linkages to facilitate African research in tax policy, administration, law, and leadership. Converging under the theme tax and revenue implications of the Continental Free Trade Area signifies our appreciation of the fact that our pursuit for African integration through trade and investment will have some economic impacts on all of us. The timely consultations, assessments, and interventions is thus paramount to ensure economic purpose across the continent. The AfCFTA agreement, which came into force in May 2019, as we all know, seeks to boost intra-African trade by progressively removing tariff and non-tariff barriers, improve customs procedures to facilitate and promote regional value chains and diversification in Africa and diversification on the continent. Achieving all this will pave the way for the establishment of a customs union and consequently a common market. As with any major trade liberalization arrangement, AfCFTA comes with its own challenges. There is always a potential risk of short-term destabilizations and disruptions, and African economies in particular, those heavily dependent on tariff revenues, may have to put in place appropriate mitigation measures and adaptation measures to ensure that they are able to counter some of these risks. According to a study by UNECA, tariff liberalization under the AfCFTA could result in revenue losses of as much as 1.9 billion over the short to medium term. However, another study by the World Bank also shows that AfCFTA represents a major opportunity for countries to reduce poverty, broaden economic inclusion, and boost growth. Full implementation of the AfCFTA could boost regional income by 7% to 450 billion. Lift third will further spur wage gains of women, 10.5% compared to 9.9% for men, whilst making African countries more competitive, a situation that will propel innovation and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, under the AfCFTA, as in other free trade areas, tariffs between member countries are significantly reduced and eventually eliminated altogether. The implications of tariff liberalization are numerous, and I'm sure most of you are even more understanding on this than I am. To mention a few, tax cuts allow companies and traders to rechannel saved funds to undertake activities such as research, and development into high-yielding and efficient ways of production. Also, cross-border traders who are easily identified as the most vulnerable groups involved in trading in Africa will now have the chance to be included or to be integrated into the formal economy. This would mean that they can now be actually quantified, and the data can be used for statistical purposes more effectively. Successful implementation of the AfCFTA will require state parties to invest in the human and institutional capacities of revenue authorities, as well as embrace the digitization of tax administrations on regional scale to improve efficiency and to effectively ensure that there is convergence, at least at the continental level. As we converge to share ideas and build our research capacities with a focus on taxation, let us be mindful of the fact that our respective countries are relying on us to, in part, devise long-lasting measures on trade in goods as well as a result of the AfCFTA. This meeting is taking place at a very important time for the AfCFTA itself. In a few weeks, Secretariat, working closely with the National Office, to embark on what we call the guided trade. This guided trade is going to see Ghana and 6 other countries, namely Kenya, Mauritius, Tanzania, Rwanda, Cameroon, and Egypt, undertake trading for the first time, what we call the commercially meaningful trading for the first time under the AfCFTA uses, and will open the gate for other countries to start trading in earnest. This will also answer the question that has been on the minds of quite a few people: when are we going to start trading? And so this is a very important moment that you have gathered here. Some of the lessons, some of the considerations that you will be having will no doubt be useful for this very important pilot that we are coming to embark on. On behalf of the Minister, let me once again wish you fruitful deliberations and hope that whatever comes out of here will benefit all of us in Africa. Thank you very much.
Please, we can. Okay. So please, may I again use this opportunity to introduce the representative for the Commissioner Domestic Tax Revenue Division in the person of Mr. Osei. So the next speaker is going to represent the Secretary General of the AfCFTA. And I'm sure many will be wondering, we are hearing too much of AfCFTA here today, this morning. And the reason is because the theme for this year's Congress is tax and revenue implications of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So because of this, that's why we are bringing in all the experts from AfCFTA, so that at the end of the day, we would have a very composite research work. So the next is Mrs. Emily Mburu Indoria, Director, Trade-in Services, representing the Secretary General of the AfCFTA. Please let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you very much to the Master of Ceremony. But I must say, I'm not Emily Mburu. That's what you have on your paper. My name is Demita Gyang. I'm responsible for Customs and Trade Facilitation Transit at the Secretariat, which is the reason why I'm here. So thank you very much for that. Emily was supposed to be here, but you got me. Distinguished members of the high table, distinguished participants. Let me straightforward say that His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, Wam Kelemene, would have loved to be here in person because the stakeholders gathered here are key to the implementation of the AfCFTA. But unfortunately, he's just arriving just about now at the airport from a mission, so it made it impossible for him to be here at this particular moment. But needless to say, that he is here in spirit. I hope you can see him. With deference to what the representative of the Honorable Minister said, I was already wondering, what are we going to say when you come to the podium? Because he has captured the AfCFTA, its mandates, its purposes, the potential risks, and what can be done about it. So I can only say what I love to say when I am asked to a good place to be, when what should be said have been said. But let me recall facts and figures that you already know. So the AfCFTA is a market of 3 billion people. It is the largest free trade area in the world, just second to the World Trade Organization. It is made up of 54 member states who have signed. We only have one who have not signed. And to date, we have 43 that have ratified, and a few in the pipeline of ratification, showing you the political buy-in that the AfCFTA has. It is the fastest ratified instrument since the foundation of the Organization of African Unity. This is the instrument that has been ratified the fastest beyond the instrument that established the African Union itself. It is also very important to note that the instruments for its implementation are ready. By instruments, I mean, when the agreement was negotiated, the level of ambition for the agreement is 97%. By 97%, in 2033, you will have these tariffs at zero to the continent. So yes, 97% of the tariffs will go to zero, but that will be in 2033. It is not going to be immediate. The phase out is for developed countries. Then, full 13 years to add 7% of the sensitive list products. So it is a long transition. It was designed this way so that it can cushion the effects of the shock that will come from those who depend on these tariffs. But needless to say, pardon my a bit informal way, those tariffs weren't really coming from African countries. If you check our level of trade with each other, the level of intra-Africa trade is very low. So even for those who depend on tariffs, their tariffs revenue was not really coming from other African countries, not at 16% of trade amongst ourselves. So, but despite that, the reduction is over a long phased period. That's one point to know. The second point to know is that, conscious of this, there is an AfCFTA adjustment facility. Adjustment facility to help countries that might run into tax problems, revenue problems, during the implementation of the AfCFTA, to be able to adjust. Then, thirdly, looking at the AfCFTA, you must remember all the numbers that Dr. Farid rolled out, which is one, the net welfare gain from the AfCFTA, which UNCTAD estimated at about 16 billion. 450 billion growth in GDP, 30 million people lifted out of extreme poverty and 70 million lifted out of poverty if the AfCFTA is fully implemented. So when you look at the theme and you look at with it from the eyes of the tax revenue, that will be lost in the short run. And then you weigh it vis-a-vis the gains that will come from the AfCFTA. You will realize that the long-term gains would offset the short-term loss. There will be increased trade. Increased trade means increased production because you have to produce what you trade. And the AfCFTA is, in summary, made in Africa for Africa. So you have to produce what you trade. And if you produce what you trade and you use what you produce, the increase in the welfare of the African populace, what it will add to the economy would offset the short-term revenue loss. Yes, there will be revenue loss, which is why you have the adjustment facility, which is also why you have efforts to foster regional value chains so that there will be industrialization alongside the liberalization, because that's the only way we can all see our fingers in the pie. Now, I started a bit informally. I didn't thank the organizers for inviting the CFTA. Let me thank the organizer. The meeting through the window, a bit late. Everybody was already seated by the time we entered. But it's because of one or two things that was beyond our control. So the message from the Secretariat is that yes, there will be tax losses because you will remove the tariffs, 97% of the products, with only 3 being in the exclusion list. But even the 3 that is in the exclusion list will be subject to negotiations and perhaps future liberalization. There is need for measures for the short-term loss. Some of these measures are being put in place, but overall, when you look at it with the eyes of the welfare gain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. And that was a good speech. So I think as we prepare to start the various sessions, we should bear in mind that yes, there will be tax losses. But then what do we stand to gain? Increased trade, increased productivity, high industrialization. And so we should put in all our best to make sure that this AfCFTA does succeed. Thank you. So before we hear the keynote address, I would like to invite the regimental band to give us some soothing music. let's appreciate the regimental band. That was a beautiful interlude that we had. I'm sure you enjoyed the instruments, but what they were saying, or what the song seeks to say, is thanking God for how far He has brought us. And I would say we need to thank God for bringing the whole Africa continent this far, and for bringing AfCFTA this far. So thank you. May we give them another round of applause. Very appropriate. At this point, we are all waiting for the keynote address, excuse me, to be read by the Honorable Deputy Minister, who is representing the Minister for Finance in the person of Honorable Abna Osei Asari. May we appreciate her with a round of applause as she takes the podium.
Thank you very much, Madam. The Executive Secretary of ATAF, Mr. Logan Watts, the Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority, Reverend Dr. Mishadai Owusu, and the various commissioners here, directors of African Tax Research Network, the representative of the Minister for Trade, Dr. Arthur, the representative for the Office of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends and the media. I take this opportunity to welcome you all and express the Minister's sincere gratitude to the Executive Board of African Tax Research Network for inviting us to give the keynote address. There's this adage in Ghana which says that the harder you hit at the wood, the harder you hit at the wood with an axe, the more it breaks into the piece that you want to use. So I will also go the same route as the previous speakers have done. That the more we talk about, we keep on repeating this all-important initiative. We believe that to the hearing of our participants and listeners here, we believe that it will serve as a resolve for you also to go all out and use everything that we are going to receive from here to help our nation and then to help the African continent as well, to make it the Africa that we all want to see. So you have to indulge me. The African Continental Free Trade is an initiative of African states focused on helping to develop Africa. The AfCFTA is possibly the largest trade bloc by member states, being a single market covering the entire African continent with a total population of 1.3 billion, just as the previous speaker said, and a combined gross domestic product of almost 3 trillion. So let's ask ourselves, as we represent various countries here, how are we going to work hard to make sure that we all get a sizable amount of this 3 trillion that we are talking about? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the World Bank estimates that the African Free Continental Trade Agreement will significantly boost African trade, particularly intra-regional trade in manufacturing, and by 2035, the volume of total exports would increase by about 29%, intracontinental exports would increase by more than 81%, while exports to non-African countries would rise by 19%. This would create new opportunities for African countries and its workforce. When we look at the youthful population that we have, we believe that this is a game changer that we should take advantage of. Ladies and gentlemen, the AfCFTA is currently in its implementation stage. Negotiations on some key aspects, such as the intellectual property rights and competition policy, are ongoing, while negotiations on the e-commerce is yet to begin. In addition to the creation of a single market for goods and services, this initiative also lays the foundation for the establishment of a continental customs union in due process, and we all know the importance of having a customs union. With regards to the tax and revenue implications of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it is likely that, as has been mentioned by almost every speaker here, that yes, we will see some dip in our customs revenue in the short term. However, we all know that the impacts will be marginal, looking at the trade amongst ourselves. It's just around 20. But in the medium term, the AfCFTA is expected to improve trade and therefore would impact positively on our GDP. According to the World Bank, real income gains from full implementation of the agreement would increase by 7%, or nearly $450 billion has already been mentioned. But like I said, the more I hit on it, the more we are all hungry to take part of this for our various countries. This would increase domestic income levels of individuals and corporate entities, and consequently increase both direct and indirect domestic taxes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to boost customs revenue mobilization in the short term, African countries could resort to other revenue-enhancing measures that target domestic. Example is a digital service tax, and I believe you have all heard of our electronic help us increase our domestic revenue. It is not easy for a nation to accept new taxes, but as we continue to work with the stake, and so this is something that we believe we should all explore in the short term to make sure we cover for any shortfalls that will come as a result of this initiative. Again, we also, government is a step in the right direction that would put onto the tax nets. For us in Ghana, we have more people in the informal sector than the formal sector. So we're doing everything possible to make sure we attract people from the informal sector to help increase domestic revenue. And that is part of the initiative of the National Identification Card, which we believe we currently have more than 15 million people captured. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. It is a fact that we all know. And for Ghana, we are around 13% of tax to GDP ratio. And we are doing everything possible in the short to medium term to increase it to 20% of our tax to GDP ratio. And I believe we should take advantage of the new measures that we want to introduce and strive at increasing our tax to GDP ratio. We believe that to mitigate the possibility of slow pace in revenue growth resulting from the implementation of the AfCFTA in the initial stages, it is imperative for member states to be looking forward to adopting measures to boost domestic revenue mobilization. So as you deliberate on the possible avenues to facilitate African capacity for credible research in tax policy, administration, law, and leadership, I encourage you to come out with strategies for potential synergies and linkages that will improve our domestic revenue resource mobilization. And to this end, I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Honorable Minister. Please, may we appreciate her. Very brief, concise, sweet. It is my singular honor to render the vote of thanks. And I would like to thank the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance for making it to this program this morning. We are all appreciated. We thank Mr. Logan for choosing Ghana as the venue for this Congress. We hope that they would have a successful Congress and would not regret bringing it here. I know they would definitely enjoy Ghana. To the Minister of Trade representative, we say thank you very much for coming. To Madame Demeter Chimude, representing the Secretary General for AfCFTA, we say thank you very much. And then to the Commissioner General and the commissioners who are here present, we appreciate you. And to the delegates, clap for yourselves. I think we should give ourselves a round of applause. You from flying from far and near to be in Ghana, and it is my hope that you would enjoy this short stay in Ghana. I'd also like to seize the opportunity to thank our invited guests who were able to make it here, not forgetting the media houses who are going to carry this story far and near. I would also like to thank the interpreters. I know I didn't mention them, but we have the booths and they are giving the simultaneous interpretation in English, French, and Portuguese. So you see, this is a real big Congress. And then, of course, we have all those who have assisted us, the committee, to make this Congress possible. As we leave here, we would invite the regimental to give us some music, but we'll please like to plead with the high table, dignitaries on the high table, that the ushers will see you out and the delegates will follow so we can have a beautiful group photograph so that we can always remember this Congress in Ghana. I'd also like to inform you that this is a hybrid Congress, in that we have the in-person delegates who are here seated and a lot more people who have joined us virtually. We also have a QR code at the registration table. So thank you very much, and saving the best for the last, our utmost thanks goes to the Almighty God for making today possible, giving us life. And as we have started, we know that He's going to be with us and see us through the Congress successfully. So thank you again for coming. Regimental Band, may we please hear from you. Okay, delegates, please may we rise so we can join them for the group photograph. And after that, we'll have our coffee break before we start the next session.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Two, yeah. 1 2 1 2 1 2, yeah. 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
Joseph Biagio.
So thank you very much. So he would be taking you through, but before I hand over to him, I'd just like to make a few announcements. So we have dedicated buses to the various hotels. So when you are done and you're going, just look out for the bus because we've written the... Again, I'd like to inform you that we have of the ushers and they would attend to you. So with that, full deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana Brago. Yeah, give it to her. Okay, good morning and hearty welcome. This session of the program is another important one, and we will crave your indulgence to minimize movement here and there so that we can have maximum participation and benefit from it. Now, I have a singular honor to introduce the chairman or the chairperson for this session. He is the Director, Economic Development, Industry, Trade, and Director, Economic Development, Industry, Trade of the African Union. Shall we please receive him with a round of applause? Oh, please do it better. You know, just to share something with you, the ICT people will tell you that your input determines your output. So the higher the applause or the higher the clap, the greater the delivery. So shall we do it for him once again? He will be introducing the panelists as well as the main speaker or the main presenter for this session. So I would like to hand over to him to take his time to introduce the presenters as well as the panelists.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, so good morning. Allow me first to start with a few remarks, and later, of course, I will call on the lead panelist to join me at this podium. So let me first reiterate that the launch of the AfCFTA is in line with the objectives and principles of the 1990 social and cultural integration of the continent, emanating from the short-run revenues with sufficient resources to keep progress. we are having revenue mobilization through increased capacity in strengthening tax administration. In collaboration with the African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF, we have developed two strategies for curbing illicit financial flows and a tax strategy aimed at complementing ongoing efforts by the member state in bolstering revenues collection and reinforcing the implementation of the CFTA. The member states endorsed the strategy during 2022. This is a ministerial conference. This document will be submitted for further consideration and adoption by the heads of state summit, tax policy guidance, and technical. Pleased really to chair this important session, AfCFTA, short-term revenue losses, and how members can position themselves to recoup revenues accruing from the increased output from the AfCFTA implementation. The AfCFTA will weaken economies and the world. We are standing as really, whatever we are going to make as a recommendation or as a decision from this important gathering, always to think about these 1.3 billion people that are behind us. And really, very important, and I would like just to get out from this speech a little bit, the way I see really the African Union Commission is really to balance, to make sure that things are done in a very equal liberalization of the trade among the member countries. But I'd like really at the same time we think always about those which are lagging behind, those we do not have any, the big decide when we think about those which we need always to think about those behind. But they are going to be affected deeply. The losses are there, they might even, I don't know. So to achieve the overall objective, parties to the AfCFTA have committed the opening session, so I will skip most of the paragraph to go straight to the panel, now the panel session itself. So I would like first to call on Ms. Josephine Manyazi, Deputy Commissioner, Trade Facilitation, Kenya Revenues Authority. If she can join me on the podium. And a round of applause for her.
With a big hand. Please do it well. Thank you.
And Development, UNCTAD. Mr. Gaperi, Regional Revenue Administration Advisor, AfRITAC, West 2, International Monetary Fund, IMF. Mr. Logan Worth, Executive Secretary, African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF. Without further, I think, delay, the session will be done in the following. So I will make like an introductory remark for each of the panelists, just a small paragraph, which will be followed by questions. So I'll go one by one. And once we finalize, they answer the question, I will open the floor for 20 minutes, question answers. And at the end, I will try really to recap the debate and the main recommendation. So I will start by Ms. Josephine Manyazi. So we can see if, before even we start the session, I would like to ask all those who are sitting on this podium. So, Mad Zivan Yeka, I'm sorry if I pronounce wrong your name, Manager Applied Research and Statistics at ATAF. Please join. I think he will be, thanks.
The panelists respond. There's a presentation by, could you please come up stage so that we receive you? Oh, okay, Doc is by my side. Okay, all right. Frankie, could you please bring the pointer? Frankie? If there's no pointer, okay, he's coming. All right. Can you give me the right pronunciation of the name? That's correct.
Mr. Master of Ceremony, okay. Can I ask all those sitting here in the panel just to introduce themselves? We start.
Yes. They would like to introduce themselves, the panelists. Okay. You can go ahead. The panelists.
Yeah, and then we go.
Okay. Tax Administration Advisor, but I think like anybody of my age has a past. I'm a former Commissioner General for Revenue, for Togo Revenue Authority, Commissioner General for Rwanda Revenue Authority, and I also was an advisor in the same capacity like I am now on the East African side. So I'm happy to be here with this group of academicians and tax administrators. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Josephine Manyazi from Kenya Revenue Authority, specifically Customs Department, Deputy Commissioner in charge of trade facilitation. Thank you.
My name is Jamal Grib, Director of Economic Development, Integration and Trade at the African Union Commission. Before rejoining the African Union Commission, I have a really quite interesting, I don't know, professional career, because this is what perhaps makes me today having that position of director. So thanks again, and over to you, Lord.
Good morning again. I'm Logan Ward. I head the Secretariat.
Good morning, everybody in development and investment. We also provide, thank you.
Good morning, distinguished. And I'm an international trade expert for the AfTA for Ghana. And then I was also the chief trade negotiator for Ghana for the World Trade Organization. I used to be director for Ministry of Trade.
So before an array of experts who lead us in this section, so don't miss any. Thank you very much. Shall we welcome Doc now with a round of applause?
Thank you very much, MC, and thank you very much, Chair, for affording me this time to make you participants. The outline of my presentation is as follows: introduction, and then we'll go to the status of the customs revenue performance in Africa. From there, we also want to look at the imports from Africa versus the imports from the rest of the world. And then we look at the medium and long-term revenue and welfare implications of the AfCFTA. And then I'll conclude with the recommendations. There's a general, so we want to explore, based on the data that we have, whether this is a real issue that we should be worried about, or it's just a myth. So the good thing about the statistics, it gives us the accurate figures that we can rely upon to make decisions. So generally, if we want to look at the impact of the customs, of the Fs in customs revenue, but that reduction will just be marginal. It won't be much. You will see as I go through the graphs and the figures. And also, what we also find out is that the AfCFTA is expected actually to improve trade, and therefore it should then impact positively on GDP or income to increase by around 450 billion, according to the World Bank. And then it will also impact positively on consumption. So we are expecting consumer and business spending to be around 6.7 trillion by 2030. So this effect, so in that case, domestic tax revenue, positive performance of domestic tax revenue. On average, customs-related revenue, if we look at the statistics to total revenue, and here I'm talking about revenue which include even those other revenues that are inputs which do not have a negative impact on the customs duty, it only contributes around 6.41% of total revenue. Here is the pie chart which shows the performance of related taxes. As I mentioned earlier, the customs-related taxes includes import VAT, which may not impact negatively on the AfCFTA. But if we want to talk at the tax type that will impact on the AfCFTA taxes, here I'm based on the data that we have from the African Tax Outlook publication. The Outlook publication is a flagship publication for ATAF. Currently, there are 37 countries that are contributing to that flagship publication. And if we have other countries that are not yet contributing to this publication, you are very much welcome to join the publication and also have your statistics be able to be compared with your peers or counterparts in Africa. The table just shows the growth, annual growth, and contribution to tax revenue, and percentage contribution to GDP of the various tax types. So because the VAT, we have an element of VAT refunds, we removed it, it seems to be on countries. It actually contributed like 35.3% to total tax revenue. And here I'm talking about both VAT on imports and VAT on domestic sales. Personal income tax contributed also like 19.56% of total tax revenue. We have also corporate income and we took this data from the UNCTAD, and for the period 1995 to around 2020. As you can see, it's consistent. There's no year where you will see our imports going maybe higher than 13%, the imports within our own region. So that just explains what I was talking about, those two graphs. So I may not need to repeat, but the average is 13% between 1995 and 2020. So from 1995 until 2020, imports that were among ourselves as African countries, they were only like 13%. What are the medium and long-term revenue and welfare implications of the AfCFTA? So here we are saying the AfCFTA will increase overall income and welfare of the majority of the African countries. That's one thing that we'll expect in the medium to long term. And according to the World Bank estimates I've already alluded to, by 2035, the AfCFTA could increase real income gains by 7% and also boost African exports by 560 billion. The UNCTAD estimates that the African countries will lose about 4.1 billion in tariff revenue. The ES already alluded to this in his opening remarks. We have also some modest estimates which indicate that losses will range from 0.03% to 0.22% of the GDP, which is about 1 billion to 7 billion for the continent. So these figures, which are coming from various sources, when you look at them, they will still tell the story that yes, there will be a loss in the short term, but in the long term, actually, there will be an overall gain from the AfCFTA. So the reduction in trade barriers stemming from the FCTA will also affect tax revenue through 4 channels, and this is according to the IMF. So first, following the phase down of the import tariffs, a direct reduction in the revenue is anticipated. And secondly, on account of lower tariffs, we expect trade diversion to reduce also revenues. But third, due to the potential increase in production efficiency, and I've already alluded to that, we expect a higher GDP, which will lead to more revenue, because revenue is actually positively related. A growth in revenue is also positively related to the growth in GDP. So once we expect an improvement or an increase in the income, then it means also from the domestic taxes side, we are going to experience an increase in revenue. And fourth, after increasing imports and income, high consumption will also raise revenue. Remember, the VAT, the customs duty, these are consumption taxes. They depend on how much we consume. So we expect also these revenues to be impacted positively. Having said that, I want to conclude with just a few recommendations that we have based on the findings and the data that we are sharing. So what should we do as customs administrations, as revenue authorities, as tax administrations in Africa, as policymakers? What should we do to hedge against this short-term revenue loss that will emanate from the AfCFTA? So we need to compensate for these short-term revenue losses through boosting measures that target domestic taxes. Recall I said while customs duty or import duty will fall, but we expect in the long run, in the medium term, domestic taxes to improve. So how can we boost revenue, domestic revenue or domestic taxes? One way would be to ensure that we introduce some of the new taxes. For example, the digital sales tax, the DST, is one tax that we can consider whilst we await for the conclusion of the global discussions at the OECD. We can meanwhile consider introducing the DST. And many of our countries are also not collecting VAT on e-commerce or on cross-border transactions. I think we can now consider collecting that VAT, because that one is not actually an introduction of a new tax, it's a tax that has already been there at our borders. We also need to review our incentive policies. I think one way that we have been losing so much revenue as Africa is through this granting of the tax incentives, and we have lost quite significant issues regarding this area of tax incentives. With the new Pillar 2 solution, the proposal will actually make us even lose more, and this will benefit actually the developed world, because the tax that we will lose because of the rule of the 15% rule, we will actually lose that tax, and that tax will be collected in the developed countries or in the developed world. So we really need to be careful in our policies when we offer these tax incentives. Yeah, I think when we were recently we had a workshop in Tanzania with the 80 focal points and heads of research. And one thing that came out clearly from those deliberations was the need for us to invest in big data analytics. So I think as tax administrations, we should take it seriously, because now decisions that tax administrations have should rely on data. And because we hold big data, we should be able to interpret the data, we should be able to analyze it, and so there is need for us as tax administrations and policymakers to equip our staff to capacitate them in the area of big data analytics. The challenge of illicit financial flows has already been alluded to also by the ES in its opening remarks, and this is one area that we should actually try also to really focus, because we are losing a lot of revenue again through transfer pricing, illicit cross-border activities, and the like. And it is estimated that we're actually losing around 90 billion, and that could be an understatement. So as policymakers and tax administrations in Africa, I think we need to really focus on this issue of illicit financial flows. Lastly, our customs officials should also be capacitated with the requisite skills, such as proper interpretation and implementation of rules of origin and preference to reduce the risk of dumping. I already alluded to the fact that there could be a risk of transshipment and dumping of goods, smuggling also. And so we need really to equip our customs officials with the requisite skills so that we are able to deal with. So these are just the few recommendations that I have before you, and I think I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ezara and Madzivanika, I hope that I'm pronouncing it well, for this very, first very constructive really presentation, and very constructive and very well detailed, and which really addresses, I think, partially or mostly the issues related to the gains and losses related to the implementation of the CFTA. And really, I would like really to commend you again, because the way you present it is very concise, straightforward. And you deserve really another round of applause, really, the way you did it. I tried just to capture some of 3 or 4 recommendations. First is the short-term losses could be compensated by the medium and the long-term gains. And then about the tax incentives policies, I would really recommend if regional and a continental perhaps policy could be envisaged, because the tax incentives, I agree with you, this is really a big wall of losses. And I think the regional cooperation is very important. Why I'm saying this? Because usually the tax incentives really is to attract the FDIs. And we know that there is a huge competition among the countries to attract those. And at the same time, we feel that those who have been able to attract the other one it happened that the same multinational company just came and invest and take advantage of those fiscal incentives, tax incentives, and once they get everything, they might even close the company and move to another country. So for me, the regional really collaboration in order really to come up with a good tax incentive policy at the regional level could really lower this kind of leakages, because it will really bring the countries to work together. And I think the recommendation related to the tax authority, and I'd like really here to again bring to the kind of the attention of this audience that we need really to work to support and to elevate the tax authority. I think first benchmarks, because really sometimes I feel that the benchmarks and some of the tax authority among African countries, there are those who are performing very well, and there are those who are lacking really in terms of capacity. And we have heard even at the STC, the last STC in Lusaka, some good examples, really, and some of them even I can state it here is Tanzania and Kenya, and of course Ghana. But we need again to rework and to go perhaps with a peer review learning among the member countries, the African member countries. One thing that I'd like really again to point it out is I would have loved to see a benchmarking perhaps exercise with what happened at the EC level, European Commission, how they did it. And from what you have just mentioned to us, it's clear that because of the trade, African intra-trade numbers, because it's very low, because this is why the impact is very low. But for me, we need to see what would be really the gain and losses for the country itself on the medium and the long run. So I agree that we may perhaps in terms of tax revenue, we can offset it very quickly. It could be, but for me on the medium and long run, if those countries that are a little bit weak, they might be really facing more and more challenges in terms of penetration of other goods. So for me, it's really the way we should balance that approach. So without further, I think, delay, I will call now on the panelists, and I'll start by Ms. Josephine Manyazi, Deputy Commissioner. So according to the 2020 World Bank study, about 65% of the income gains from the CFTA would come in through stronger trade facilitation measures and policy reforms such as reducing the red tape in trade and simplifying custom procedure. To reap the benefits of the CFTA would also require the removal of unjustified non-tariff barriers, NTBs, which are the restriction, prohibition, and condition in trade. So as a trade facilitator expert, what measures should African countries implement to maximize their revenue benefit from the AfCFTA? So this is my first question. Over to you.
To indeed contribute to this topical matter of the AfCFTA implementation in Africa. To start with, I would like to point us to stakeholder involvement. Government ministries and businesses should be involved and appraised on the requirements of AfCFTA and the benefits that are expected to arise from this agreement. There should be a coordinated response to the opportunities in trade and investments availed by this agreement. There is need for capacity building among government ministries so that they are able to implement the appraised on the benefits and guided on how to take advantage of these opportunities so that they can boost their sales. Secondly, there is need to harmonize our trade policy. This will address the challenge of differences that are brought about by imports and exports, tariff and different procedures. Another area to focus would be simplification of as much as possible, avoid duplication of procedures among different and reduce trading costs. And finally, states. We have to appreciate our African continent is characterized. There is therefore need for countries to prioritize on investments towards infrastructure and realize increased incomes for businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Josephine. I think I'll go straight to the second point. I think at the end I will try to wrap up. So the custom authorities are the main implementers of the AfCFTA and play a crucial role in facilitating trade and in removing non-tariff barriers. At the same time, the government relies on custom for revenue mobilization. So what trade facilitation measures and reform are being implemented in Kenya to ensure this dual role by customs authorities? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Indeed, Kenya as a country, and specifically Kenya Revenue Authority, has embraced measures that are meant to address challenges that might arise in the course of implementation of AfCFTA. To start with, Customs Department in Kenya has embraced stakeholder engagement, as I earlier mentioned, starting with the very first stage of informing them of the requirements of AfCFTA. Secondly, embraced the operationalization of the Authorized Economic Operator Program as provided under the WTO program, that is the Trade Facilitation Agreement, compliant so that and implemented them that are imported and exported, provide an easy as well as online registration. In addition, still from a technological perspective, there is to flag out non-compliant consignment at document processing stage, so that compliant consignments are not subjected to physical verification. As we all know, when goods are subjected to physical verification, there are delays, and this translates to increased trade costs on the side of the trader. So this risk management module is meant to address this challenge. Currently, in Kenya, we have the multi-agency approach. This means, what this directly involved in clearance of goods, so that there is no duplication of procedures. There is information sharing among these government agencies, and where need be, decisions are made at the same time so that there are no delays to the traders. Any delay to the trader would translate to increased costs. The state of play in Kenya right now in the area of AfCFTA implementation is such that the agencies are working together, led by the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization Ministry, so that we can work together as we implementation strategy that has been to be implemented agencies involved. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Josephine. From your point of view, the most important now is really a multi-stakeholder engagement for the CFTA. The coordinated response is very important, capacity building. You talk about harmonized policy. You talk about now CFTA. You talked about the integrated management, what we call the custom system. And here I would like really to make one thing, perhaps practices, the benchmarking that we call the African benchmarking. Benchmarking really steps that will help all the African to come with different perhaps speed, but to come up with a very integrated and very coordinated manner. When I listen very carefully to you, I feel that really Kenya is advancing well in this area, but I feel a little bit sorry for other countries that really needs to embark quickly. And I think what we need perhaps now is to take those best practices, what we have gone through, and try really to link it with other countries to be implemented by other countries. And I think, again, the CFTA Secretariat, AfCFTA Secretariat is playing a very crucial role in this sense. And whatever for example, the 3 years, very, how can I say it, very interested to see and to look at activities, key activities in terms of implementation, and we can take from those and we can come up with this through the Kenyan Commission and see how can we come up with one handbook related to different scenarios and how can we really support the countries. So again, thanks to Ms. Josephine Manyazi. Really, it was very interesting, very concise again, and very well elaborated with the excellent examples and results that you are really bringing on the table. And it's a good experience from the Without further delay, allow me to go to Mr. Nyame Bafi, Chief Trade Negotiator and Senior Technical Advisor of the Minister of Trade and Industry for Ghana. As someone who was greatly involved in the AfCFTA negotiation.
Thank you, moderator, distinguished. And from the morning, I have been in the presentation that I have so far. This shouldn't be a matter of very serious being negotiated to ensure Africa. The first, before research were conducted, and the various tariff liberalization scenarios were also conducted to make sure that the benefit will far outweigh the short and medium-term losses. So, for example, the studies conduct consideration the economic development of the various member states. Their state of the intra-African trade was just hovering between 15 and 18%. Then taxation will affect only import duties and not import VAT, not import excise taxes and others. And then at that time also, when we're looking at whether to go for 80% liberalization, it was felt that at that time, some liberalization was between 75 and 80%. So, 97%. And then in the short run, countries. So that is why they are tariffs. All of them will use already spoken of what they call it, productivity, production, states any challenge of it. And then cannot, they think called a dollar chain, and to keep their import bank has donated initial 1 billion to it. So that at the end of the day, the best to all of the member states, and it will be a win-win situation. Thank you, moderator.
I think just another perspective to this that was set up, why it was set up, and it was done in a bilateral manner. And so for me, I don't know. When it comes to one thing that you keep mentioning, and I agree with you, to hear more, because Africa, I feel for you, but some other countries there, and to find out countries. And I see that countries are not approached. We need really to add regional and again a target also.
Yeah, thank you. The member states will liberal issues like, member state main to boost it. And in this boosting in AU member states who don't have lacking use of market assets, they can what we call put in place measures to improve their trade finance. So limited information in the African continent on where also encouraged to put in place. We have what they call the African trade products there, so that it will be easy for people, member states to essence capital, and then about 20 member states have now come out with what they call their after framework strategy and action plan. And this is going to take care of all those things. In fact, in Ghana, this national after action plan and framework strategy and action, in essence, is that if you put in these measures, it will facilitate trade. The other aspect to that member states were expected was that they should also encourage the economic operators to also take advantage of one instrument that has also been launched, which is the online barriers. You can easily access that one, and the issues will be addressed, and you can facilitate it. So member states should also encourage economic operators to take advantage of the online mechanism. And it is also the Afrexim Bank has also come out with what they call the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, to encourage transactions. That is when you are dealing with your counterparts in Africa, so that it will boost imports and exports at a minimum transactional cost, because they are going to put in place some measures where you can easily deal with local currencies instead of you who haven't yet put in place after framework strategy and action plan should do so, so that at the end of the day, they will also benefit from it, and it will become a win-win situation. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Nyami Bafi, thank you very much again. I think you have shed the lights on some important, really, again, decisions. And one of them is beyond the boosting intra-Africa trade, and ATO, the Africa Trade Observatory. And you have come up with some key recommendations. But I have just, again, very, very general comments. It's really, I think the BIAT, I think what was, endorsing. And I think we need to come up with perhaps a rigorous, really, assessment. Because I think, but I'm quite sure that some large perhaps of the countries are not really following that BIAT and recommendation action plan. So for me, again, in theory, yes, I agree with you, and even you have stated all of them, and I think they were there. And I was, by the way, I was at the African Union Commission before I left and come back. And at that time, we were very excited about that BIAT. But now looking back, and I guess more or less after 10 years, I feel something we need to go through it and to see what have we been able really to achieve, and what could be again addressed as a bottleneck of the BIAT and its action plan. So the ATO, I agree with you, and information coming from ITC, International Trade Center, and it doesn't go to that disaggregate manner that we are looking through. For example, it gives still some very just data at the higher level, not at the really micro level on time. And it gives really result about the import and export between the countries, and of course by sector and by amount. And it's really something that we need really to try to work on it again all together. And how can we link that trade aspect with the tax aspect, I think, which is missing. The tax aspect is a little bit missing. And how can we really assure that the numbers that are generated from that system is more or less the numbers that or no. This is again something that I have discussed with my colleague and we'll be working on it. Without further delay, I'll go straight to the last question. And so you being someone who knows the architecture of the AfCFTA, what revenue mobilizing opportunities come with the CFTA, and what key reforms can help revenue authority to maximize them? So over to you.
Again, thank you. And the first one is that I just want to reiterate what maybe the first panelist said, that African revenue authorities should put in place robust trade facilitation system supported by single window, ICT, and what have you. And normally when you do that, it will go a long way to block a lot of revenue leakages. It will also reduce drastically the time and costs for doing international business. And when that happens, it facilitates, it makes revenue collection. And one is also, I think the presenter also mentioned, is training. You know, once you are able to train custom officials on the rules of origin, now luckily the rules of origin manual has even been, the AfCFTA has come out with the rules of origin manual. So guide them diligently and uniformly so that in the process, those who want to fast, it will also minimize what we call the origin. As all of you have been hearing since this morning, and it will lead into more companies getting more corporate tax. Normally, this AfCFTA will also lead into what we call economies of large-scale production. You know, because formerly, if you're a small country and now with the AfCFTA you are producing for the entire market, it will lead into economies of large-scale production with its associated benefits like employment, increase in the income levels of, is that the revenue authorities should enhance it by through the VAT, through the corporate income tax, through the individual income tax, and then as we have also heard this morning, being innovative and introducing the digital tax, which in Ghana we call the e-levy, and that most of the African member states, African Union member states also don't have their tax exemptions are not streamlined. So it is important that they streamline their tax exemptions so that there is a clear, we now have our tax exemption bill, 100 million Ghana cedis every year. So it's important member states do just that. There is also important that the revenue authorities have a crucial role to play in the implementation of the 7 annexes that have been attached to the protocol on trade in goods. For example, the protocol, the customs officials should collaborate with their counterparts because so that they can apply the protocol on trade in trade facilitation, transit trade, customs cooperation, and administrative of mutual assistance, non-tariff barriers, technical barriers to trade, you know. So if you cooperate with your counterparts, all those teething problems can be minimized. Then you can fast track intra-African trade, and in the process, you will truly boost up revenue in the long and short run. And then in the long run also, as you put in this annex, I advise that the cooperation with all revenue authorities in Africa are very, very crucial. So you see how you can take this from this Congress and then ensure that you put them in place. Thank you very much.
Three important recommendations. So first, the cooperation among the African revenue authorities. The second, really, I would like really to mention something that is very important, is what we call the operability and the compliance of the IT solution. I would like really here to call all of you to think about something that make all the system working together, but not in silo. So for me, I heard the good news from Kenya. I would like really to think about a unified system that will allow the tax authority and the custom to be linked at the African side from all over the at least around the African continent. And this kind of operability will help a lot to exchange information. And as you mentioned, just about the implementation, for example, all the protocol related to the trade facilitation, for example, this is very important. So for me, the IT solution, I go back and I say, the IT solution do exist, but it's like the African Bank came with that aim. It's an objective. I'm not saying this can be implemented. It will require some time, but we may think from now about having something unified, coherent, and some action on time, and which will enhance definitely the collaboration among all the stakeholders. Without further delay, I'll go now to Ms. Habiba bin Barka, Chief of the Africa Section, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. So the 2018 UNCTAD study estimated that Africa may lose $4.1 billion in tariff revenues in the short term. Furthermore, the World Bank further estimates that aggregate tariffs revenues for Africa will decrease by about 1.5% with the implementation of the AfCFTA, with some countries to be more affected than others. So my question is, how can countries navigate the short-term revenue loss? And if you allow me, I'll go straight to the second question as time constraint, and at the same time navigate the expected tariff revenue decline. Thank you very much. Habiba, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning again, or almost good afternoon. I would like to first of all thank ATRN and then the Ghana Revenue Authority for enabling UNCTAD to be part of this discussion and to be part of the solutions. I mean, the risk of coming in the middle of last after great speakers and presentations that you may not have a lot to say, but I would like to maybe put a little bit of emphasis on some of the non-tariff revenues. The presentation that Dr. Izira made was quite important to look at. The highest share of revenues when it comes to tax are from corporate income, personal incomes, and also VAT. At UNCTAD, one study that we did was looking at the export potential, the NTAP export potential, even before CFTA. And we estimated at $22 billion, the current NTAP export potential. And if we fully liberalize under the CFTA, you can add another $9.2 billion to that one. So there's significant potential when it comes to export that African countries are not being able to benefit from because of the non-tariff barriers that are existing. So if you are able to remove those barriers, of course, first of all, you expand export on the continent, so trade on the continent, outside of the continent, and then you enable some of the private sectors, for instance, to come in and play a bigger role in terms of providing some of the inputs to the production of products. For instance, this is an interesting gift they gave us to the Dutch chocolate. The chocolate, it says 40% cocoa, of course, comes from Ghana. When you open it, inside the ingredient that goes into the chocolate, you have milk. Milk, I'm not sure that milk is coming from Ghana. Maybe it is, but it must have been powdered milk or milk imported from elsewhere. So let's say if that milk is imported from Niger. Niger is a big producer of cattle, for instance. Niger can produce that milk, transform it into a powder format and export to Ghana under the CFTA. You take the sweetness of the chocolate. It can be, how do you call it? It can be sugar cane. Sugar cane can come from Mauritius and can come from Madagascar, being transformed and exported under the CFTA to Ghana, and then contribute as an ingredient to this production. The packaging, you have paper. Paper comes from what? From trees. Trees can come from Cameroon, from DRC, and then transform into the paper and then export it and contribute to that one. You have aluminum. Aluminum comes from bauxite. Bauxite can come from Congo. It can come from Guinea. So you see the potential of the CFTA, and it's not only taxes, but also creating activities, creating export productivity opportunities, and the private sector on the continent can do that one. We are not talking about FDI. FDI, it's foreign. We are talking about internal domestic investment, domestic productivity by the private sector. They are quite significant, but there are a lot of non-tariff measure barriers that are there that are kind of stopping them from really being a big player in that CFTA. So this is one side of how they can contribute, and of course by creating more by enabling more private sector to come in and create the input to this type of, that simple chocolate, of course, they will have higher profit. They'll contribute more to corporate taxes. And by creating more employment, so you have more people that have higher income, so they contribute more also to taxes. So it will end up having an increased contribution to tax, and then, of course, mobilize domestic resources that can enable African countries to finance the development and also finance the implementation of the CFTA. So this is one aspect of from the tax point of view. What Dr. Ezra has mentioned, the revenue loss from taxes are currently estimated at $4 billion. But when we go through the full liberalization, what we had estimated was almost by 2045, $12 billion that countries may lose out. But like I said, it's significant also the e-commerce. So when you look at business-to-business transactions or business, because they are in the web virtual, so you don't even know how to measure them, you don't know how to tax them, who should be taxing them? Is it the originating country? Is it the source countries, the destination countries? It's such a complex situation, and I hope that the CFTA, as a trade negotiators, as the CFTA sitting here, that when you go through your second phase of negotiation, looking at the trading services, the competition policy, the investment policy, even the e-commerce, looking at how best to measure this type of transactions, because we have to be able to benefit out of that. Developing countries in general are the biggest source of e-commerce transactions. I'm not sure about the data on Africa, but as a big continent, we must be also part of that biggest share. So there are significant opportunities to see how best we can mobilize resources, domestic resources, through this type of transaction. So there are a lot that has been said already. Coming to your second question, what UNCTAD has been doing. So we've been supporting the CFTA trade negotiation from the beginning by supporting the African member state, the AU, through the different trade negotiation platform, the technical working groups, kind of feeding them with some type of research to kind of inform them on the different impact of those different type of protocol they will be negotiating, and what could be basically the impact on the sustainable development and also mobilizing resources. And beyond that one, we've been also working with a lot of member states and African Union, and also recently the CFTA Secretariat, to see how best we can raise awareness about the impact of the CFTA, not only the negative impact. I'm really looking at the glass full half, not full empty. So it's looking at the potential benefit of the CFTA to inclusive growth, contributes to higher income revenues on the continent. So this is the work that we've been doing. And going forward, because we know that when it comes to domestic resources, it has been a big issue for African countries. It's not new. It's not because the CFTA is coming that really programs. We looked at the role of financial services and the private sector as kind of key players in extensively. They have reached in 2021, besides being hit hard by COVID, the investment into fintech has increased from 500 million in 2020 to 2 billion in 2021. So they have been able to really weather the shock of COVID, because it's, of course, it's virtual. So they were able, not only virtual, but able to adapt to the needs that came out of that, the measure that has to do with COVID in terms of, how do you call it? The protective measures when it comes to pharmaceutical protective products that country had to kind of produce, and also when it comes to some of the fintech to enable businesses to continue operating. So they have been kind of disrupting, basically. I know it's not the buzzword these days, but they've been disruptive, and these are the private sector. When you talk about private sector in Africa, we need to think about the small and medium-sized enterprises, not the large firms or not the foreign investment that is coming, but this is the kind of it from the CFTA, and be kind of produce some of the small input that go into this chocolate that will be not only sold in Ghana, but exported to neighboring countries and exported to Europe. And when it comes to financing also, what we are looking at, we know in 2 months we'll be going for COP27. So when it comes to carbon financing, it has been a big issue. And African countries are trying to say, okay, we are not the biggest producer of carbon emission on the world. I think Africa is producing only 4%. So the big producer of polluters are basically the industrialists. One way we are looking at also at UNCTAD is how best to help countries, sort of countries to look at the investment policy. How can I provide tax holiday to a foreign firm to come and set up and invest through FDI? One way could be for that same firm to come on the continent and be able to kind of use the carbon credit that African countries have and then be able to invest on the continent. So we should not be reducing our tax because we need to attract foreign investment. There are other mechanisms that we
Thank you very much, Ms. Habiba. I'll try just to summarize in three points. Chain, the regional and value chain, of course, link it to the diversification. You take the example of chocolate. The second one, really, the fintech is becoming very important, and the last, fintech, to use or to expand the use of the fintech as a way to leverage on the gains of the CFTA. And the third was to use the e-commerce. Okay, it's linked to the fintech. One just comment, general comments. Would like just to see UNCTAD coming back with the same, perhaps, study, taking into account what is happening now, especially when you take the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And I think it's very important to. It has shown a lot of weaknesses, at least globally. And now we see the impact, and it has shown again perhaps some issues at the food security level at the African side. So I think we updating that report could help a lot in terms of gains and losses for the CFTA. I think we need perhaps to take into account what is happening on the ground. Thank you very much. Without further delay, I would go to Mr. Kaperi, Regional Revenue Administration Advisor, AfriTac, so IMF. I'll try to be very quick because apparently we are exceeding the other time allocated to us. So 2021 edition of the African Tax Outlook estimate that tribes revenue contributes between 30 and 35% of the total revenue in most of African countries and in some countries. In some countries it contributes as much as 50%. So you have a unique experience in the sense that you have been a CG for 2 countries before. So building on this experience and indeed your current role as a Regional Review Administration Advisor for the AfriTac West 2, what reform would you recommend to countries which rely more on tariff revenues for them to navigate the revenue implication of the CFTA? And allow me just to go to second one and to limit myself to the second question. And what advice can you also give to those who may be least affected by the revenue decline in tariff revenues? So Mr. Gaperi, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll begin by thanking Dr. Ezra because the way he puts it really brings the problem forward. That what we are talking about is about 6%, 6.4%. And that's not only the story. The story is that that 6%, actually 90% comes from outside. So we are talking about 10% of that, which is 0.6%. Which goes to illustrate that really what we are looking at, we should not be concerned about the loss, but we should put all our efforts on seeing how we can grow the cake and broaden the tax base. And that comfort is going to be coming from you as researchers to put that on the table of the decision makers and showing them how to go forward. But also let's provoke that question, the loss. Is it a loss or a redistribution of benefits? Because we are looking at the whole country, we are looking at the country as a whole. So if you are importing and there is a loss, where is the loss going? Is it going to the supplier outside, or is it actually being redistributed to the traders, the consumers, and maybe being retained by the government as tax? So that's very important, because when we reduce the problem to loss in tariff, we are really missing out the big picture, why the free trade is there in the first place. And that's something to be brought, on the table always by you, the researchers, again, who are here. Now, so once you've addressed those points, in my view, I think really what countries and revenue administrations and tax policy people in the ministry should be doing is doing things that, one, promote investment and make sure that we get maximum benefits sooner than later in free trade area. And the area you jump into it, the better for you as a country. And that will need you to look into 3 areas. I think the tax policy, mainly on deciding how do you want your tax system to look. And I think the researcher has presented it quite well, that in actual fact you have the income taxes or direct taxes, you have the consumption taxes, and the first 5, as they were shown, should be looked into and actually simplified, made better to be able to accommodate the facilitation part of it, but also the ease of the investors to come and grow the cake with you. The second part is the tax administration, modernization. I think my sister here has talked about deploying IT systems and exchanging information. And also the bigger part is the mindset of people involved. Not only people in tax administration, but also those institutions that also contribute, maybe institutions that look at rules of origin, institutions that look at standards, like Bureau of Standards, to see whether the product are actually able to, they meet the standards of being imported into the country, so that whatever the free trade protocols are trying to implement should not be introduced behind as non-tariff barriers. Because if the mindset is not about facilitation, if it is about blocking, then you'll always get a way of blocking that. Now, just digging from my experience, all these arguments that I hear, I've heard them, for example, when the country in which I was a Commissioner General and also the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Trade, we had those arguments when we were going to COMESA. Now COMESA has about 21 members, but the taxes that we are getting in 2000 have now grown in that country 25 times. They have grown 25 times. And the main point here was because the country did not concentrate on what is lost, in a short time. It concentrated on what can be gained in the short time and in the mid-term. So to me, those are the few things that I wanted to say, because there is always a tendency for we've been told that we have 13 years to adjust. Most of these countries that are complaining will actually start doing something 2 years towards the end. Which is, you have 13 years instead of starting from now and really, begin to reform so that in about 4-5 years you are already getting the benefits. If you wait and you wait for 10 years, 8 years from now, of course, you'll have lost a lot, and other countries who are getting their acts together now will have benefited more than a country that is going to wait. So I think let me give a chance for the audience to ask questions, and then we can, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caperi. Just to sum up again, I think you mentioned again about the presentation. All of us, I agree, we are in agreement. It was an excellent presentation. The numbers were very accurate, but sometimes again I go back about numbers, say aggregate and disaggregate numbers, data, and the accuracy. So sometimes their sources we need really to be sure, is it really coming from African? Is it, this is another issue. I don't want really to bring it here, but whenever you have a number, and we have to be a little bit careful really, that does number really reflect the reality? And this is where I would like really to call again about our statistic, whatever institution, to work more closely really to provide data even to ATAF and to be able really to not only the statistics, I'm talking the statistics, central bank and tax authority that can be really provide information. You talk about redistribution, I totally agree, but again, I think we'd leave it perhaps to another perhaps session, because I'm quite sure yes and no. These are views. I might perhaps tend to say yes, but not 100% yes again, because we know what can happen when the reality is, we are in the reality. Because this is theory, I agree, so I have studied the theory, so I know, but in reality, we may perhaps have other impacts. For example, you mentioned just about the fiscal revenue, which has quite impressively increased, and again, we need to be very cautious about the numbers. I think you are from IMF, but have you taken into account the depreciation, which really may really boost the numbers? So again, we listen very carefully, and we value, of course, IMF. Myself, really, I value IMF a lot. Its study, the research, and even the accuracy of the data. But we would like one day, perhaps, that you share with us your methodology, sometimes is explicit, sometimes is not, but sometimes I would like really, like for example, the NTB, how do you, for example, measure the NTBs, the non-tariff barriers? Which model are you using? And when you say using a model, do you have the full buy-in of the member countries about that methodology? So thank you again. I think we'll leave it later. I'll go to my last, but not least, but the most important, I think, actor on this, Mr. Logan Worth, so Executive Secretary, African Tax Administration. I think ATAF is as a premier organization helping the continent with efficient and effective domestic revenue mobilization. So my first question is, how will it support Revenue Authority to navigate a potential revenue loss from the CFTA implementation? And if you allow me, Mr. Logan, standards setting in international taxation, but not only but not mainly in trade and customs. So why is there interest now while mitigating the potential revenue losses? Over to you, Mr. Logan.
Thank you very much for the questions. A lot has been said. I will be brief and simple so that we can maybe have 6.4 out of a total of 27. We heard from the presentation, and we need to manage how we replace that. On the other hand, there will be gains. 450 billion is going to offer. So what support? In ATAF, we will continue with the technical programs that has brought in that 3.3 billion. That is what we must do. But a lot of the growth lies. So our work in the taxation of the digital economy is going to be important support work. Currently, we have written the guidelines on digital services tax, and we have made proposals to the global debate on how to tax the digital economy. Sadly, the developed world did not give us much out of those proposals, but we continue to fight for the best deal. In addition, VAT represents more than 30% of our total income. Taxation arising out of the digital economy is going to present huge opportunities. What are we going to do? I believe is the subject of one of the papers to be presented here. That is going to be incredibly interesting. In addition, part of the job to stem the loss on international taxation, transfer pricing, intercompany loans, and then of course the focus on tax incentives that Dr. Majivanika has explained, because for those tax incentives, another country, a developed country, is going to collect 15% of profit. Potential losses we can claw back. So those are some of on the losses side, the activities. On the gain side, therefore, what will be the support that needs to be done? Firstly, ATAF has, as part of its new value proposition, started to establish the unit that brings together customs and trade. We have to begin to support. And part of that support, for example, the technical program that we're doing in Angola, is exactly that. So, trade misinvoicing is going to be a huge threat, especially arising out of the increased inter-Africa trade. Rules of origin. How do you prepare customs officials for this? How do you prepare risk management systems for this? And so our work, ATAF work around compliance risk and compliance. Let me stop in terms of the work there. Just 3 points out of what by the AfCFTA. Important question is, how are you going to use that? Are you going to apply it to supplement? Are you going to apply to invest in systems to catch revenue? That's an important question. I'm not going to answer it, I'm raising it as a question. The second point I want to make is the point that, which is the hallmark of African business, is going to be critical. But if that medium size is hidden because there's this misnomer that the informal sector, a small apple selling businesses, it is not. A big part of our informal sector are in fact growing mid to medium sized enterprises. It must be formalized in order to benefit from the gains of that. And the final point I want to make out of the presentation is the picture that Dr. Majivani is not accurate. 35% of our income comes from VAT. It's a regression less than personal income tax. And so what are we doing with the scale and the picture of the broader income tax as we are looking to increase our take from...
And whenever we meet, I feel it. And again, I feel it really here. And I tend really to agree with all your comments. And again, I think you have really captured the main essence of this session. So without really going into, I would like just perhaps related to the adjustment facility, which was put by AfriximBank in favor of CFTA to cover some of the losses, especially at the short run. And I agree with you, we need to have some really good discussion, the way it is going to be handled, to see are we not really overwhelming really the finance of the country. So this is one, I think it needs to be clarified. The benefit for the trade, I think the informal sector, again, it comes back. It's like we are chasing from this issue from the door, it comes back from the window, and I agree. We have a very big issue with the speakers. I believe that the CFTA will be perhaps able to bring this informal to become really a formal one. So these, I think, the two main conclusion, and I will leave really here, and I will open the discussion because we are very late, just for perhaps 10 minutes if you allow me. It was really scheduled for 20 minutes. I will go for 10 minutes Q&A, feel free. And please, whenever you take a floor, address the question to the panelists. We may perhaps go for 15 if you are, if you agree to postpone a little bit the lunch.
Okay. Would like to thank the chair for ably steering the affairs of this section. I would like to also take time to thank Dr. Ezra Majivanyenka for such a wonderful presentation. I would like to thank the panelists for their superb delivery. In fact, you would agree with me that there were a lot of exposés in their presentations as well as the discussions. Before we break out for lunch, a couple of announcements. First, we are supposed to return from lunch in an hour's time. We are supposed, or we are required, to return from lunch in an hour's time.
Mr. Master of Ceremony.
Okay. Right. I think I didn't hear something well from the chair. So we'll take some few questions, three.
Yes.
Three questions, whatever you have. Yes. Could you please? Yes. Just put on your microphone and ask your question, or you make your contribution.
Is it on? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Could you please speak louder? Okay. Just put on the microphone and speak out.
No, okay. Thanks. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me giving me the opportunity to make this comment. You know, like when there's tax issues, normally the areas of default will always be, you know, to try and improve policy, processes, technology, and all that. But to the research that was presented there, I think the central point to the solution is what Ms. Habiba was actually referring to. Because it's easy to come with agreements, free trade agreements and all that. But I think the question is, whose goods and services
will Africa be trading amongst themselves to gain the most benefit out of that? So if the goods and services, the intellectual properties, the money, to the question on how we can boost or maintain, losses that we may actually gain from trading amongst ourselves. I think again.
Can you wrap up, please, and go straight to the question? If you have a
I don't have any question, Chair. I was just making a comment. What I'm saying is that we should not downplay what Ms. Habiba was actually referring to, and that's, I think, it's core and to the solution of Africa protecting, tax revenues and all. If we own the products that we as Africans are trading, of, rather than having, finding ourselves using goods from other countries or other continents and trading amongst ourselves, we're definitely going to lose there.
Thank you. I think the issue of the rules of origin will cover very well your statement. So this is why the rules of origin are very important. Just we need to boost, of course, the intra-Africa productive, the products, and this is why the rules of origin, there is a certain percentage of the goods that needs to be manufactured, produced in Africa in order to be it has the right or it's eligible for to be traded among the countries. So not really those outside. So I agree with you and with Ms. Hab. I think the second. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Alvin is my name from the Tax Justice Network Africa, and I'd like to thank the panelists, I think, for a very rich presentation. My question is to Logan and Ms. Abaka, really around the digital sector and the services that are aligned to that. Just a reflection about considering the challenge that African countries are facing now in taxing the digital economy, as it were, and the global regulations that we are seeing led by the OECD, just a reflection on how that is going to interplay vis-a-vis the nascent African, particularly in the fintech. If we're going to have a sector that is largely dominated by international, multinational companies that are trading in the continent, I think it brings up the question that was being said. I would like to hear if UNCTAD or ETAV has done any kind of research on that area. Thank you.
Well, hello.
Is it me? Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Robert Suna. I'm from Uganda. My question goes to Mr. Nyame Bafi. We are all discussing the gains vis-a-vis the costs of the Continental Free Trade Area. We are talking about growth in GDP of 150 million shilling, US dollars. The question is, growth for who? I know Rogan has talked about a small and medium enterprises, but my concern is to do with the youth and women, the inclusivity part of the growth. I would like some update on how far the negotiations of the protocol for women and youth are going, and what is in it for the young African continent, which consists of over 70% young people in terms of the benefits of the Continental Free Trade Area. I thank you.
This, and then we go to you. No problem. I saw. Just we start by this one, and we'll go to you.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Wazili Gomeka. I'm from the Ministry of Finance, Malawi. One of the arguments against the free trade is usually the revenue issue, but the other part is the infant industry argument, especially for small countries such as Malawi. But this aspect, I did not hear much from the research. I wonder what your thoughts were, other than the issue of that maybe smaller countries such as Malawi will have a longer period to phase out the duties. Thank you. Just wanted thoughts on the infant industry arguments, especially as relating to small countries such as Malawi.
Bonjour. Merci, chers panélistes, pour votre présentation. Je viens du Bénin, ici c'est Kalis Alakono. Je viens du laboratoire d'économie publique de l'université d'Abomey-Calavi. Ok, et ma question est celle-ci. Vous avez parlé de transformation structurelle qui nécessite la mobilisation de l'investissement. Les pays africains ont un niveau d'investissement interne faible et ils sont obligés de faire recours à l'investissement étranger. Et ce processus fait qu'aujourd'hui, dans nos pays, on a le développement des zones industrielles qui nécessitent les honorations, d'accord, pour ces zones-là. Et avec ce processus, avec Zéléka, où il y aura suppression de la collecte des recettes, et en même temps, les pays sont obligés de faire recours à l'investissement étranger en adoptant la politique des honorations des zones économiques. Vous ne voyez pas que les pays se retrouvent dans un cercle vicieux parce que cette croissance qui sera générée sera portée par l'investissement étranger. Comment vous pensez qu'on peut régler cette situation? Comment on peut ajuster, coordonner les différentes politiques des honorations des zones économiques avec Zéléka pour ne pas étouffer ou bien pour avoir vraiment une croissance inclusive?
If you allow me, because there were no interpretation, I'll try just to respond to your... je vais essayer de répondre à votre question. Bon, je pense que la ZLECAf, dans la phase 2, va adresser le problème donc, de l'investissement. D'accord? Donc, ce n'est pas vraiment la phase 1, c'est surtout le commerce. Mais la phase 2 reviendra bien sûr sur ce que vous êtes en train d'énoncer. Et donc, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous, quelque part, par rapport à la problématique donc, des IDE et comment le pays peut se retrouver quelque part pris dans un dilemme un peu difficile entre promouvoir l'investissement d'une manière interne et les critères, les incentives, comme on dit, qu'on va donner en termes de pertes aux firmes transnationales. Donc, quelque part, vous avez raison. Mais encore une fois, la ZLECA va prendre ça en deuxième. Just to summarize it, I think the question was related more to the FDI and the incentive from one side, and from the other side, the incentive that the country is granting, of course, to those companies, and how this will affect, of course, the revenue to the country from one side, and from someone else losses of fiscal revenue, and from the other side, how can this boost the intra-Africa trade? But something that is again very important, if that company comes to invest to export 100% from outside, so it's not really related to that one. But if that company comes to invest in order to trade with African, then the issue of rules of origin will be applied. I want just try to summarize. I'm sorry. I think we'll give the floor to the lady there, and I think this is the last question, if you allow me, because we need now to there are two. Okay. So these are the two last intervents, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters. My question actually goes to Mr. Befi, and it's related to the adjustments facility, which I think it's a great idea. But I'm wondering how it's going to be implemented. Because I recall you mentioned that the facility would somehow support the budgets of the member states who are struggling. And my question is, will that be sustainable? Because in my thinking, I think it would be better if you rather support the struggling member states to, as it were, improve the manufacturing capacities so that eventually they can also benefit from the AfCFTA. Because just giving out financial support to augment their budgets will not actually be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one.
Hi. Hello. I would like to first of all say a very big thank you. But I have one big comment to make on his presentation, which actually borders on the central question that he posed in the presentation in slide 1, where he asked the question of whether AfCFTA will actually impact customs revenue. And then he went ahead to say that yes, but only in the medium term. I think that if indeed AfCFTA is going to promote trade, that the idea that the long-term effect will not be there is quite misleading, because if we do actually in the end get African countries to increase the trade among themselves, that means that the volume of trade grows up between Africa, and this trade that is growing is going to be exempted from the taxes or continue to be imported or trading a lot more from non-AfCFTA countries. So I think that's a point that needs to be made very clear. And of course goes back to the point that, you have two sides of it. One is grow production within African countries and also grow trade within African countries, socializing tariffs and all that. So we need to be able to try to hurting revenues too much for countries that depends a lot more on customs revenues, right? So we need to do that kind of scenario testing, disaggregated across countries to see how best to take such an issue forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If you allow me, I'd like just perhaps to start from the left to the right. So I'll start by the presenter, so our Dr. Ezra. Please feel free to answer the questions, and we will go from your side, from the left to the right.
Thank you very much. So from the floor, I didn't hear actually a question that was directly addressed to me. I think most of the questions were addressed to you.
The last one was addressed to you. When he said presenter is you.
The last.
There were quite some questions that were addressed to the youth. The negotiation on the protocol on for added as part of the third phase in the negotiation, because it was really involve women and youth, especially when it comes to cross-border trade. So in the interim, what is happening is that some custom authorities, for example, in the case of Ghana, they have been asked to simplify so that they can benefit substantially from it. And a youth in trade. And basically, it's supposed to enhance micro, small, and medium scale. In Africa, they can even launch is that identify some big-time businessmen who can consult, they can collect their products, and it's been going on for a long time. So, for example, in the case of the action plan, the Ghana Export Enterprises, and then small-scale businesses take advantage of the e-commerce and what going for compensation of revenue loss. Member states can also apply to the Adjusters Fund or the Afrexim Bank, where they think that there is potential to set up some viable industries to take care of their domestic economy and also export to the other world, especially where I said the multiplier effect will be felt in the economy, and then companies can produce and enjoy these trees. This free trade, as I highlighted, apart from the long-term years that they will spend in liberalizing, it will also enable them to produce for their local market and then also export to other African countries. And in that process, it will boost foreign direct investment into those countries,
among other things. Thank you.
Okay. Now, just to put it physically in any specific country. So let's take the example of the mobile banking system, for instance. When you have a mobile company operator, it's EMEA that provide a kind of the infrastructure platform for online banking or credit lending system online or having access to some product. Let's take Jumia. Jumia is in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Ethiopia, in Morocco, but the transaction happen online. You make an order, as a Ghanaian, you make an order, the good can come from Morocco or from South Africa. But the profit that Jumia made out of that transaction, who should tax Jumia? It's very difficult. Even in Europe, in the US, they have challenges. It's only when a company is double taxed into two jurisdictions that a country knows or a company knows, okay, I need to fight to make sure that I'm not double taxed. And even you take also, and those are some of the sectors that are high profit sector that can be taxed also, but who's paying the taxes is basically the individual making that transaction and paying a fee on the transaction. That's how a government is kind of collecting kind of some type of, I don't know how can be labeled as tax, but some type of revenues out of those different transactions. But those are some of the areas, and even let's say another higher level, sorry, I know I have to wrap up, when it comes to technology, which is a service, then who should you tax? You as the small scale operator in Africa should be taxed for that, the profit that this company is making, or that company should be taxed in the US. So it's a very complex, so that's what I hope that when the CFTA trade negotiators go for the second phase of the negotiation, those are some of the aspects that they take into account, because we have a booming fintech industry on the continent. So those are some of the areas that they need to really look at and see how best to not only get sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just on the broader global taxing multinational enterprises, understanding the issue of value creation, because these are not tangible goods. And so people in non-residence countries would not purchase something that they are not aware of. And so they become aware of it through, for example, Google service advertising. Have you ever had a conversation with someone and next you open your computer and they push adverts about buying a car as if somebody overheard your conversation? When the company paid Google to push adverts to you in Nairobi. And so there's a lot of losses in the new value chain that has been created. But the global deal only considers a permanent establishment or a non-permanent establishment. So what is called the market economy, us, the user economy, are left out in a big sense out of the tax deal. And then there are things like the multinationals and whether the subsidiary is taxed or the global company is taxed, and whether it's a normal, as the deal stands, there are issues of the world, which mental flaws in the global, this is something that we as Africa must be.
Thank you very much. About smaller, provide for that board. Thank you.
Smaller countries have to go to whoever teams and you are beginning area of broke, you are going to deal with them. So, so you have to, for the challenges that are not caused by that in the first place. Thank you.
1 minute perhaps just to wrap up before I give back to...
Thank you very much. I just wanted to respond to. So I think what I wanted to explain is the figures that I was talking about, those are average figures. We have, even in our ATO membership, countries that can collect like 50 is in the medium to increase loss in the immediate, and it has to be hedged against, especially for those countries that are heavily relying on customs duty. Thank you.
Very much. I'd like just, if you allow me, just to wrap up in 1 minute and give back the floor to our Master of Ceremony. Well, my first comments really, the CFTA is a reality in the country. So, and I think we need really to work more and to have this kind of workshop more frequently as the trend of the CFTA is the train is already on other part of it that we need really to bring so perhaps to the next workshop or losses, but the long-term medium and long-term gain are there. So this is a fact according to the statistic provided to the analysis. So in terms of employment, gender equality, and even performance of the economy. So for me, it's on the medium and long term, we are gaining. On the short term, we need, of course, we need to take always, it's a huge continent, it's fragmented, and we have really different level of economic tax. And I heard our colleague from Malawi, and I agree. I tend to think about those, as mentioned, some issues and challenges in terms of losses of tax revenue. So, and something that just came to my mind: why don't we think widely implemented? Something that could help really Africa, important even to see the future. So, if you to all of them. It was a really great session. I myself learned a lot, and thanks to all of them. They were very patient. I think we have gone. The session has a little bit gone out of how to say. I think sooner or later the impact will come to our pocket. So this is what I was thinking about. Really, we should stay more longer. So again, apologize. And I think round of applause really to our panelists and to the audience, really.
Jamel Grib, yes, just a couple of announcements before we leave for lunch. First of all, so this room will be divided into two. We have room one. Room one will be to my right. Room 2 will be to my issues of tariff concessions under AfCFTA. That will be chaired by Dr. Alex Ogusu. We have two presenters under that topic, estimation of potential revenue implication of tariff concessions. We have two presenters, Mariam Muhango. We have the risk of cross-border tax evasion and IFs. That presenters will be in room which is outside this hall, Dr. Sedu Kolibali, and the presenters. So let's take note. When we come back from lunch at cocktail this evening, it has, I could see delegates to put us a lot. On this note, list for lunch. But could we please allow the panelists who would like to say a word?
Okay, thank you. It's a chocolate bar. And this is made in Ghana, raw materials in Ghana, packaged in Ghana. So courtesy that it's even better than the Belgian one. So when you taste it and you want it, just get in touch. You go out and you buy a lot and you take it back home so you can.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Right. We'd like to thank all of you, delegates, those who asked questions, and all those who have participated, those joining us virtually. And Doctor. I'm sure Lunches are poolside and the restaurant. Lunch is served at the poolside and the restaurant. Just step out. The ushers are there to direct you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.